Check, 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 check. All right, I'm seeing some green here. Looks like the mic is good. And I think we are ready to be live. Let's go. All right, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone is having a great morning today. And today's Friday. Something that we took a look at yesterday is whether or not NASDAQ, we had a little poll. Let me go head over there and check this out. Had a little poll here. We hit our targets. Some of the targets that we were expecting back here, we hit those overnight. So, and then some. We've actually taken out the monthly order block and taken out the weekly premium SIBI high overnight. And right now, I'm not sure exactly where price will head to next, but nevertheless, we will check out and see what we can find. So, a couple things today. Hey, good morning, Ifta Trader. Martin C, good morning. Kirk, good morning, good morning. Hope everyone's having a good time. Yeah, let me check a couple things out here. Make sure everything's working properly. Good, good. All right, so let's take a close look at today. So we'll get into the charts in a moment, but 10 o'clock, we have a couple of items: existing home sales and UoM consumer sentiment, and then nothing else the rest of the day. That doesn't mean that the price can't run today, but that's all we're looking for is 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. That particular silver bullet will be a little bit more something that we look for. So yeah, let's take a look at price here. So we traded up to a weekly. Remember, this was a weekly sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. We have traded above that already. So core question is do we keep this here, trade above it, treat this as a area of accumulation for us to eventually get our blow off top here? So that is the core question today that we have to determine, right? On a monthly perspective, what we'll be watching for next, of course, on the monthly chart, will be consequent encroachment of this wick and the monthly high, of course. So that'll be the next one that we look for. So roughly 17,390 roughly 17,390. Very rough. Let me see what that open was here. 17,286. To a high of 17,495. So 17,390.50 would be our next potential draw. 390.5. So I'm going to mark that. I'm going to mark that as a monthly. 3 month. But we're going to mark it as a dashed line, so I know this is a Wix consequent encroachment here. And of course, we'd like to mark monthly highs here. 17,495. Okay. So we've got these monthly levels here. We'll mark these as well on our charts. 1 month high. Let's say January of 2022. And then this one we can also denote here as we'll say wick with consequent encouragement, up with consequent encouragement here. Okay, so we have our higher time frame draws on liquidity potentially, and then we have this here too. I don't want to discount this either. We have this monthly rejection block. So this open is at 17,286, right? So 1 month rejection block. Hey, good morning, Lil B. Looks like my internet is disconnecting again. Seems like a problem in the morning. Thank you, BreezeLine. As always, PSA, do not go with BreezeLine Internet. I hate them. They are a horrible service. Do not go with them. Just had to make that PSA very clear in case it wasn't clear yet. I can't wait for fiber. All right, so those are some of the monthly levels that we're taking a look at, right? So let's take a look at the weekly chart now. We're gonna have to blow this up a little bit. All right, so here's your weekly chart. It's filled in this SIBI already. So because this is a balanced price range, we want to see it touch the top and then explode up higher. Where am I thinking it's going to reach? Well, 17,286. It's potential for the next draw. I'm not looking, since we are at the later part of the month, I'm watching closely to see if we end up heading up towards these highs, but as you can tell, I am starting to look for shorts more so than longs. Now, one caveat is that if we take a look at E-mini S&P here, so let's take a look here. So E-mini S&P, this same March or April high, right? This is March's high. This is March's high over here. So on a monthly chart, it hasn't even broken this short-term high here, right? Whereas NASDAQ has. Likewise, on the Dow, we have this March 2022 high and April high. Dow's broken that and is already approaching all-time highs. So NASDAQ approaching all-time highs. Dow approaching all-time highs. E-mini S&P not even past March highs. So if we take a March to the current time consideration for a smart money technique, if this doesn't reach this high, even if it does reach this high, it's if we will get any further higher here. Great, I'm disconnected again. All right, should be back now. Okay, all right, we're back. So we have sentiment that we're gonna break all-time highs, right? It's so close, why wouldn't it? Now we need to see, I mean, it really does feel like we could certainly break, at least aim for this short-term high on the weekly, right? Um, so I think that it will be interesting to see if we can reach up to this high, this monthly high plus weekly short-term high. I like that a lot more for a reach if we can stay above this weekly range here. So if we can stay above this weekly range of this sell side imbalance, rebalanced now, and sorry, repriced to the height, the top of this SIBI. If we can hold there as a balanced price range, I would like to see us use that as a jumping off point. So we looked at E-mini S&P. We know that there's room upwards on E-mini S&P. Let's take a closer look at that as well. I'm watching this price range here right now. It's not the right time, but I am cognizant that there are sometimes runs. Motivation Healing, good morning. What a great week. Yes, absolutely. And it does look like we are seeing some movement higher for the time being. And what will we aim for next is the core question. So, sorry, I had to check something out there. Very good observation, SMT. Thank you, Ifta Trader. Morning, what a great week. In my opinion, there'll be no TGIF today. So, yeah, that's an interesting consideration. I think we will get a TGIF eventually. I mean, we just have to make sure we notice where that high is, right? I think that we'll reach maybe this monthly, this monthly order block, rejection block, sorry, on NASDAQ. And then, you know, and then maybe, maybe we get up to that consequent encouragement, but eventually we're going to sell off. Eventually, there's no question about it that there will be some movement higher before there's a take profit for the week. Every single week has a high and a close, so we will have some sort of movement. Oh, so you said YM started acceleration. Oh yeah, it took out these lows here and then had a daily buy side imbalance here. It does look like it's in a hurry to aim for these relative equal highs on YM. Yes. Also, moving higher. So yeah, we are seeing some movement. Let me take a look closer at this. So we have 4836.50. This high is 48.38. So roughly 4836, 4838. We have relative equal highs. And then we have a daily buy side liquidity here. That's not a relative equal high. That's just a short-term high. Buy side liquidity up here. So it does look like E-mini is reaching for this relative equal high there. And NASDAQ does look like it's reaching for potentially this rejection block for 17,286. I need to update these potentials here now. All these draws of liquidity got taken, so time to update this now. Where is the... Oh, they're over here. Let's move these over so we can actually see them on our charts. Let me get rid of this fib extension. Figure out where this fib extension is. There it is. I just moved something as well. Whoops. What was that? Oh, that's maybe a old line there. Okay, so let's update these draws on liquidity here. So we have 17,286 month rejection block. And then we have 1790.5, 1 month upwick, consequent encroachment. That's plenty of range already, but let me see if there's anything on the daily chart first. Over here. I need to spread this out. Okay, so on the daily chart, there's technically a short-term high near this monthly high. So that 17,495 level. I don't think we're going to get there, but we'll keep that there nevertheless as a potential to watch. 4-hour chart, let's take a look. Need some more data on this chart. I probably need a little bit more data. Let's try that out. Okay, there we go. So on a 4-hour chart, we have a sell side imbalance here. Oh my goodness, that accumulation is very nice. Very nice accumulation to the upside now. So buy side keeps getting taken. Sell side does not keep getting taken here. YM started acceleration. Couple indices with dollar. Yeah, we'll take a look at dollar in a moment. So again, E-mini, S&P, aiming for that 4386 relative equal high. Then it's going to aim for that daily buy side liquidity there. So there's relative equal highs up here. I can't imagine why S&P wouldn't trade 5 more points up to 4841. And that's going to bring indices up as well. So yeah, I think S&P is going to at least head to 4841 today. So if you're trading S&P, there's another 5 handles that are likely to proceed upwards today. Even if it's not going to go for the short-term high at 48363. So even if it's not going to go for this larger high up here, right? If it's not going to go for this, buy side liquidity is sitting here waiting to be taken here. So yeah. I've got another evaluation account that I'm running right now. I'm aiming for price to continue higher as long as E-mini is heading higher. So I'm trading basically, just to show you, I'm trading another evaluation here, and I'm trading this based off of the concept that E-mini is reaching for at least this relative equal high here. As long as that's still reaching, I'm going to continue to take this trade and let it run to terminus. So I think we'll end up taking chart trader off for now. Again, it's an evaluation, so I treat evaluations differently than I treat performance accounts. They are far cheaper than performance accounts. Let's take a look. So we want to see maybe a retrace into this buy side imbalance. Here. This is actually, I don't want to see a retrace here. I want to see this left open as a breakaway gap, basically. And then let's get that a little bit more precise here. And we have a volume imbalance there as well. We can mark out. Could return to that potentially. It actually did already. And we have bullish order block here. Return to it right there. Bullish order block. And we will see if this remains to be seen as a bullish order block as well, if this is respected here. Shockster, hey, good to see you. How are things in Germany? Hopefully things are going well. All right, so we're seeing kind of like another accumulation here. We'll look to see around this time, around 6:45 to 7:15. Let me see if I can kind of draw that. 6:45 to 7:15 time frame. Let's just use this for the time being. 6:45 to 7:15. So here is a macro. I can can find one of these to use. So we're looking inside this range for a play. So right now it's about 6:45 a.m. You notice that here's another up down close candle. It's not necessarily this overall candle from this candle close down close to this candle's low. I treat that whole thing as a potential propulsion block there. Let me go grab Asia's range as well from yesterday. So we'll put Asia's range up here. Let's grab our midnight opening price as well. And let's zoom in to capture Asia's range a little bit further. I am really hesitant to remain bullish today, just because we've hit a lot of our targets already, you know? So let me make sure this is set up appropriately. All right, so there's our Asia range. Let's take a look at midnight opening price. Somewhere around there, roughly. All right, so let's go back to current day. Take a close look at how price is trading in this region. So looks like I was disconnected there for a little bit, but now I'm back. Good morning, Void. Good morning, good morning. All right, so what do we see here? This was accumulation, right? So this is a balanced price range. We broke out of that balanced price range, and now we're entering another area of accumulation on the shorter time frames. E-mini S&P has not reached its high yet. Dow has similar relative equal highs, actually, up at 38,037. Dow's got similar relative equal highs it could be reaching for on the daily chart here. This short-term high here is a 38112. So you can kind of see how that's a short-term high. I would consider these all to be relative equal highs. If it runs for this one, it's going to run for this one as well. And then, of course, the all-time high sitting there waiting to be taken there. So indices continuing to be in order. Looks like the disconnect, got disconnected from Rhythmic there briefly. Man, this internet is killing me here. Killing me. Yeah, charge his phone too, by the way. Phone died. So seeing additional accumulation here, we want to see that. We want to see additional accumulation. We want to see continued buy-side liquidity taken. And we want to see continued buy-side liquidity taken. We want to see continued expansion towards the end of the week, especially in the AM session, because towards the PM session, that's when you'll start to see, or New York Open even, that's when you potentially could see people start to take profit. So you'll start to see these nice black drops in a day, right? Let's take a look at the 15-minute chart. So on the 15-minute chart, it's really close to hitting that, right? So remember that buy-side liquidity we had mentioned right here? So there's between 4836 and 4838. That's roughly where that buy-side liquidity resides, and if it hits that, it's likely gonna head to 4841. It's just so close to that area. So, all right, seeing a little bit of dip into back down. So we're running back down past that bullish order block there. So we'll see if it runs down all the way down. So it took out some sell side liquidity there. Reached a 5-minute buy side imbalance. And probably is reaching down into this fair value gap potentially. On the 5-minute, it reached down into this 5-minute buy side imbalance. So we'll see if it reaches down further into the 1-minute buy side imbalance. I'm going to move S&P's chart. Let's take a look at the real-time hour chart as well. So yesterday left a fairly large liquidity void area beneath this. We ended the day roughly around here. And right now, our price is all the way up here. It's all the way up there. So you'll see we're starting the day again. This is real-time hour chart, right? We are starting the day with another gap below us. Now, I'm not going to keep that pink line there. I'll move it during New York Open. But as you can see, we have quite a void below us. So that's something I'm considering on the real-time hour chart as well. If we do sell off, it'll be aiming for that 17,125, 17,130 level. Okay. So far, we retraced back down into that 5-minute buy-side imbalance. 5-minute bullish order block here as well. That high is what, 17,239.75. NASDAQ hit the 2 standard deviation from the last manipulation. Cool. Yeah, I'm looking at actually a 4-hour chart here. So low, high, lower, low, higher, high here. So taking a projection, swing projection up here. I have a first one whole deviation mark brings us to around 17,257. Right now it's heading towards that buy side imbalance there. So we'll see if it supports here at that bullish order block. or that buy side imbalance potentially as well. So you want to see support here. You want to see it continue to find orders here. Otherwise, it can potentially serve as an initial move lower. But I like that movement so far. After hitting a weekly level like that, we want to see it. We want to see evidence of it moving higher, of course. That would be ideal. So I want to see this. So we see that we traded to that weekly SIBI high, and it was a nice little movement away from that. So I want to see price respect this area here as well, of course. So it came back down to that buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. Let's see if we get the next run up or not. Okay, that was a good reaction. So fantastic reaction from that buy side imbalance there. And we're within this macro time period as well. So that's really nice. And probably will start to see us aim for that next 17,253.50 area is what I'm thinking, given that type of movement here. Hey, what's up, Tassie Trader? How you doing? Good to see you. Man, there's a lot of traders that are up early. I am impressed, and I appreciate and applaud everyone who is up early looking at markets. It takes a lot of determination and planning, good sleep, in order to be disciplined enough to go to sleep early enough to take a trade. So watch this short-term high here next. I think we're going to aim to take that out. 5-minute chart. 5-minute charts forming. So remember, we almost traded down to this bullish order block. We did not. And that is actually a really nice signature when we don't trade down to that bullish order block there. Oh, it's 1 p.m. for Lil P. All right, all right. Lions Fit, good morning. Good morning, Lions Fit. Scott, it's good for you. Yeah. So since we came back down into this buy side imbalance, sell side liquidity, I am of the impression that we are going to continue higher. Now let's take a look at dollar. So we can't discount dollar and what it's doing. Remember with dollar index, so if you recall on dollar index, we had a movement higher and we were thinking that it could continue moving higher, right? So with dollar index on the daily chart, actually let's start with the weekly chart here because that's kind of important. So on the weekly chart, we saw that we had taken out a buy side imbalance a couple weeks ago and are currently heading up towards either this rejection block here, bearish order block potentially, or if it heads up there, the relative equal highs on dollar there. Now, with dollar rising, generally you see indices go down, right? And so right now, dollar is not in coordination with what I am considering. But if we start to see some movement higher, that would hopefully start to correlate with a movement lower in the latter part of the day here. So right now we're still holding above the weekly imbalance that we traded through, right? What can dollar do here? Well, it's kind of like in this little accumulation area here. Whether or not it goes to aim for this relative equal high remains to be seen. But on my weekly chart, I see that we had a short-term high. We displaced above that, likely will hold this displacement, but if we don't, then maybe that's our trigger to head for lower prices here. However, options expiry was just 2 days ago. So I think that if we start to head up this way, then there's a good chance that we'll end up also targeting these highs here, as well as this sell side imbalance on the dollar, which would not bode well for risk on assets, right? Dollar up is risk off generally. So, so I'm keeping an eye on that on the dollar index, as should you. And let's take a closer look here. So right now it's hovering around this buy side imbalance here. Time of day, we're within this morning macro here. So if we start to see true displacement lower, then that's where the macro is going to take us, right? We have, we want to see price supported here on this weekly BISI high, right? So this weekly BISI high here, let me get rid of the fib. Let me also clean up some of these lines from the other day. We don't need these lines anymore because we've traded through them. We've taken that liquidity. Those can be referred to, but I also have other liquidity that I can refer to as well, right? So I can remove all of these items here. I can remove some of these old bullish order blocks, previous short-term highs, cleaning up the chart just a little bit there. What is that? Some old order blocks here. So let me clean those up as well. So I don't clutter the charts. There we go. Much cleaner. Okay, fantastic. All right, so Asia, we opened. London did not trade below Asia. We've already cleared London's high, right? We cleared London's high. We were in a hurry to get to that weekly, that orange line over there. That orange line is this weekly premium SIBI high, right? So we were in a hurry to clear that. We rejected from there, but then we continued to hold and accumulate here. So right now we're in this area of accumulation where we want to see price held here. We want to see E-mini S&P continue higher to reach towards its daily goals. it's very close to being there. It's at 4835.75 and 4836.50. Remember these relative equal highs that we're watching on E-mini S&P? So this is what we're watching on E-mini S&P on the daily chart. So that's what we're hoping to find, right? So we're using that context that E-mini S&P has to play catch up to not only take these relative equal highs, but also take potentially that monthly short-term high back in March. So it has some catching up to do, right? So we are playing the consideration of cross instrument analysis. We're playing that. And also on the Dow, we are seeing that Dow is also, it traded down into a daily buy side imbalance and only to the 25 quartile range as well before heading higher. So if we take this swing here on the Dow, we grade it, we'll see that it peaked past the 25% mark, right? So we're going to swing grade this one. It's roughly around there. There we go. And so we have the midpoint there. And then let's take this grade, find the 25% mark there too. Oops, a little bit further. So there's your 25% mark. So look at how it peaked below that level. And then moved from there. Okay, there we go. Immediately continued higher. So that type of signature, yes, will it come down into this area eventually? Yes, absolutely. But taking out sell side liquidity here, it took out a couple of sell side short-term lows, and it is now in the process of heading towards relative equal high buy side liquidity, in my opinion. Doesn't have to. NASDAQ as well, doesn't have to, right? But potentially. Okay, so a little bleed down here for NASDAQ. Good morning, Clarity. Good morning, Motivational Healing. DAX is looking for yesterday close to build liquidity for breakout. Again, like today, it's reached a lot in the morning. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see displacement lower. So what you want to watch out for is large displacement lower below, get these charts up here. So we want to see displacement lower, like very big displacement lower, well below these. So we broke above a monthly order block that we had traded to before. So we have a mitigation block waiting there, right? So if you recall, we have this low, high, lower, low, and then we're now breaking above that. So this portion here can also be considered to be this low, high, lower, low can be treated as a bullish breaker now, potentially. Now, the problem is we also have on the flip side, the case to be made for the short side would be a high, a low, a higher high. So it's really important to see what happens if it does trade down to that monthly bearish order block high. It's going to be really important to see what happens at that level, right? So we're fine here. You know, if this trades down, then so be it. And it doesn't give us further movement up, so be it. We've had one hell of a tear, and it is something that we we're expecting. We're expecting some downward movement, right? So right now, it's starting to show us movement back down to that weekly BISI high. So does it accumulate here? Do we see major displacement below this? You know, do we see displacement lower than this area here? Let's take a look. If we start to see displacement, then I will consider it initially to be given what level it's at, I'll consider it to be a movement lower to trade lower down to that monthly, or at least down to maybe this discount buy side imbalance within this range here, right? So if I take a 4-hour chart, 4-hour chart doesn't really have a swing low within this whole range here. That's okay. We can still take a look at it. So currently, a 50% retracement would take us well below quite a bit. Let's take a look at the hourly to see if there's a swing in between that we missed. Couple of swings here, right? So there's this swing. We moved up here. Optimal trade entry. Continuation higher, continuation higher. Asia range here. Bullish order block on the hourly. But we've taken out a key weekly level already. And what's next will be to see if we end up reaching below some of these short-term lows here. So this one here is going to be key. If we see displacement below this low, we can treat this as a high, low, higher, high, and we can kind of treat this and see if this is a bearish breaker here. That short-term low is key, though. So we're looking to see if this gives us evidence of initial price movement lower. Got stopped out of my initial trade higher, which is fine. We expected that could happen. So now we're looking to see if we see displacement. We're seeing like big candles below this, or if it just continues to accumulate here, and if we end up breaking higher. So far, sell stops have been taken throughout this time period here. And so what I'm looking for within this time period is, okay, well, we took out some sell stops here. Are we going to see evidence of us holding this weekly SIBI high and bouncing off of that there, right? We want to see this weekly SIBI, all this range between this orange line and that orange line. We want to see that act as a balanced price range now. Let's see what else we have here. Let me take a look at the chat here. Jay Whitway, good morning. Adwins, not like we missed, but we did not see. Language be positive. Oh, it's all good. No, I mean, it's totally okay. We expected some of the buy side trades to not work out. If we are in such a premium, and we're on a Friday as well. So people can begin to take profit here. That's totally all right. For the time being, it does seem like long trades are the offsides trades for the short term here. Unless we get some really, like, real strength above that shows us something out of this range. It does seem like long side is reaching its terminus right around this weekly imbalance here. Get this out of the way, get a cleaner chart here. Let's take a look at, so E-mini S&P was also unable to reach its little short-term high there. It is kind of just slogging around a little bit. Very, 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 very minimal movement so far. And as we get closer and closer to the news today, so 10 a.m., that's going to be a key level there. We want to see if it breaches below this and displaces. If I see that signature, then maybe we can start to consider downside trades, right? But if we only see like a small little take of sell side liquidity down there, and that's it, well, that doesn't merit displacement then. All right, so we're starting to see some movement to the downside a little bit. What time is it? About 7:17. Nearing the bottom portion, so there's this low of 17,228 right now. Where could it head to? Do we have any potential areas for it to trade to? We do. So there's this fair value gap down here on the hourly. Very small one, but it's still there. So there's this potential discount PD array. There's this coupled with this bullish order block here. Well, that's an area I could trade down to. There's this fair value gap within this swing of here to here. The fair value gap that lies above is just below the 50% mark there, right? So that's an area we could potentially target as well. On the hourly chart. And there's a volume imbalance down here too. Very small one, but that is in the optimal trade entry area as well. So let's mark that out too. All of these are on the hourly chart. And we can kind of see that that volume imbalance is within the optimal trade entry area too. All right, so do we see displacement here is the key question. Johnny, the only one on time every day. Appreciate you, C-Easy. Any questions from the crowd? We're seeing this weekly level start to start to hold. So candle closed below that low here. So I'm looking to see, does price retrace or give us further displacement here? And where does it head down to? Like, do we have on the hourly, there's not too much. Let's look on a 15-minute chart though. So relative equal highs, buy side imbalance here. So I'm thinking maybe we can trade down to 17,200. Big level, big number level. Yeah, I think we could trade down to that level actually. There is a 5-minute potential at 17,213. Yeah, exactly. The 5-minute getting interesting. So on the 5-minute chart, we've definitely broken through a short-term low. Same with on the 15-minute. And we're breaking back down through a weekly sell side imbalance, right? So watch the 5-minute short-term low. These short-term lows at 17,213. There's some relative equal lows here that could serve as buy sell side liquidity. And then, of course, there's this buy side imbalance that we pointed out here, which is from this range to this range is right at the 50% mark. On the 5-minute, we are at a bullish order block as well. That's something to consider. So this here, right there. So we'll see if we break below this short-term low as well, or if we just traded down into this lower 15-minute buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. Here. So we'll see if we get a candle close or not on the 15-minute chart. We still have 5 minutes to go, so it's plenty of time for it to trade higher and, you know, see a rebound. Let me pull a bit more data here, though. So this might need to be adjusted if we, obviously, since it's a Friday. Actually, I don't think we're going to hit those highs today. Just keep this. I think that buy side liquidity rejection block is still viable. So far, we're seeing price hold around this area. So that 5-minute bullish order block seems to be holding for the time being. 15-minute chart also. This bullish order block seems to be holding for the time being, at least. Bearish breakers typically need more displacement. But if we see a rejection here or here, then that's still a possibility. Typically, I would like to see more of a displacement than that, because if it's gonna do anything, it could just keep on accumulating back up now, This movement lower here could have been a move to aim for these relative equal lows here. But right now, given that this has moved higher, we need to see what price does at that level. Because right now, on the 15-minute chart, it's going to close having dipped down into this buy side imbalance. Is it a discount buy side imbalance? No, not really. But nevertheless, that doesn't mean that it can't continue spiking up higher, aiming for the relative equal highs, which are waiting there, right? So it will all depend on if we see this break down from the breaker, then that will give us an idea to head lower to aim for this 15-minute buy side imbalance and hourly buy side imbalance. If it continues higher here and displaces higher, we know what's waiting for us up here. Remove some of these old ones here. Those were invalidated. Okay, that was a nice return to a 5-minute. So I see that right this moment as a return to a 5-minute fair value gap. Institutional order flow entry is what I see that. That type of signature generally means it's an institutional order flow entry drill. Let's see if we can aim for the 17213 first. Or if it can even hold this sell, Maybe it can't even hold the sell off here. About 9 seconds for price to close on the 15-minute chart. All right, new candles beginning. We close below that buy side imbalance, but still above the bullish order block here. Okay. And we're starting to see us creep lower. And we're seeing that price being supported there. Let's see what else we have. Yeah, I'm getting a little hot here. Okay. All right, so now we're starting to see a higher low being created on the 1 minute. Let's see. It's traded back up into that buy side imbalance again. Traded up to the sell side imbalance there. Time of day, 7:30 a.m. Still difficult to tell which way it's going to go, but given our price action from Asia through London, London pretty much, this was the rest of the move. Like I wasn't expecting Asia. Well, I guess I was kind of like thinking it could go up to this monthly bearish order block, but all the way up to the weekly high there. Wasn't expecting London to take that out yet. So it's natural for price to want to kind of consolidate where we are here. So while I do think that it can go down to take these sell stops here, do I think it's going to head all the way down here? We need some help. You know, we need some help. There's going to be some people who are still trying to get in on the high, looking for all-time highs, right? So there's going to be a combination of types of people here. Price is very, very lethargic right now. Nothing really much to be done. The Dow, let's see. Daily chart, E-mini is not yet making a higher high. Same with Dow. NASDAQ is. Closer look at these. So right now we're looking to see it aim for this short-term low there on the 15 minutes. If we can. Maybe take some of that liquidity out at 17,213.50. If we don't get that and this bullish order block supports it, then obviously it'll aim to take these areas out up above it, given our higher time frame. Delphine, if you look at the concurrent 4-hour candle, the price has just gone below the open. Let's take a look. Four-hour candle. Yep. Yeah, we've started to head lower into this area here. Does it have to aim for this? No, but it could. It certainly could. Yeah. Looking at 4-hour fair value gap resting on December 28th highs. Let me get a little bit more data. Jay Whitway, are you looking at there's a couple of fair value gaps there, but I'm assuming you're looking at this buy side imbalance here on the 4-minute or 4-hour. Line spit hourly 3 a.m. fair value gap. Use the fib off the hourly swing low potential. So I'm seeing a little bit of accumulation here. And let me see if there's, so it's in this previous range of accumulation. If we get movement lower, that would give us the second part of this sell set market maker sell model, if that is the way that price is going to go. Granted, we did take a weekly level here, so it would make sense for us to trade lower and potentially trade lower and give us some of this area here. So still aiming lower for the time being. Yeah, precisions were a day off, but still got the high hit. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sometimes your estimate can hit a few days later. Nothing really occurring right now. Just waiting. We can certainly see it accumulating here. And we'll need to see what direction it wants to move. We need to see displacement one side or the other. Good morning. Good morning. So it's tightening in this little range here right now. So if we start to see displacement to the downside, that's going to be our cue for looking for 17,213. Or we break out to the upside, but I don't think we're going to break out to the upside given that price action there. But who knows? This type of accumulation is around a previous area of balanced price action. So if we trade down, it would be to take out these relative equal lows there. Time of day, 7:39. We'll probably need 8:30 a.m. news embargo for anything much to happen. If we're not going to see big growth, big movements, big expansions, but there certainly can be, there absolutely can be movements lower for sure. Oh, look at that. That just pretty much spiked everyone there. So again, looks like somebody is accumulating here. Still fairly unclear which exact direction it's wanting to take. But I'm right now, I'm thinking it's going to aim for that sell side liquidity there. Potentially the order block down there. So let's take a closer look at that 1 minute chart. Let's blow that up a little bit. So we have that area of liquidity waiting for us. Sell side keeps on getting taken, if you notice. Once we saw this kind of move there, price came back up into it and then began to sell off there. So that began a small market structure shift there. And we should aim for 17, 12, 13 now. All right, so here's our first take profit here, 17, 12, 13.50. We should see us peak below that. 5-minute short-term low, basically. 15-minute short-term low as well. 17,213.50. All right, there's our first take profit there. Now, does it have to go lower? No. But we are looking to take our second profit around this low here of 17,201.25, right? We'll see if we can, we're graced enough to capture that. Or if it just bounces from here, you know? So liquidity to liquidity, right? If we continue lower, then of course next targets would be this buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. I think we targeted that here. So looking at the hourly chart and the 15-minute chart specifically, we see it's reaching down into this buy side imbalance area. And we also see that we have this 15-minute fair value gap. Let me put it to that. This remaining here. There we go. Okay, so again, we have that hourly buy side imbalance. This 15-minute one, we honed the range to be this to equal this 15-minute one, and we're looking to see if price is willing to head down below here. We have moved our stop up to around, gosh, 617 to, where is this? Oh, there we go. That's what we wanted to see. So now our stop loss is moved to 17 to 17, roughly. Because if it breaks above here, I'll give it another 25 there. So we saw us start to see evidence of us turning around here. So the core question is, will we end up trading up to maybe 17 to 17.50, and then that's it? So let me raise my stop just a little bit so that we can allow that to happen. Or will we only trade up into this fair value gap here and continue lower into this buy side imbalance PD array, discount PD array, of course? I am of the impression that we will continue to take that buy side first, or that discount PD array first, but it is holding quite well here. So it doesn't have to, especially for higher time frame bullish, it doesn't have to take that, right? So I kind of see this as an initial move before the New York Open. I see this whole move being a potential move before New York Open. We do see, and just stay cognizant that there is a fair value gap down here coupled with a bullish order block. So we traded down to it twice already. So there is that little thin blue line there would allow us to get to below midnight opening price as well. Within this swing from this Asia low, swing low, to this Asia swing high, or this New York Open kill zone swing high. So I would like for us to potentially trade down there, because then we could couple that idea up with this bullish order block being right there too. And we would be below midnight opening price. So all those concepts I'm considering and keeping in the back of my mind for potential trades. Gotta thank the wife for warming up some food. I'll have to go get some of that food soon. Okay, so difficulty trading morning session. These are the things that we accept as early morning traders, though. Especially for those that have 9-to-5 jobs like me. All right, so we're starting to see a little bit of movement higher. It doesn't completely invalidate the short, but it is getting there. On the lower time frames, I'm starting to see some signatures here that don't make me feel good about keeping this short. We're in profit anyways, so we'll hold it for until 17,219, and then we'll close out. We'll get closed out of it if it trades up to there. I do see on the 5-minute that there is a bearish order block there it could be trading up to. So maybe it's trying to trade up to like 17,220-ish area. In that case, I'll give it the grace and room to trade up to there. But this whole thing is a bearish order block, so 17,221. It can trade up to here. And then we would need to see immediate rejection from there, though. So we want to see this 5-minute turn into like a little wick downwards. Otherwise, we went basically priced, just went down to take out this 5-minute sell side inefficient, sell side short-term low, coupled with this buy side imbalance, coupled with this bearish order or bullish order block here, and could potentially head higher. So I'm gonna get rid of this short-term bearish breaker because I think it might, with considering our bias overall is still, was bullish. Now I'm looking for evidences that potentially we either head lower or, looks like I'm going to get stopped out here. One more little peek upwards and we'll get stopped out. And there it is. So, okay, so now we've taken sell side liquidity here. We want to see does price continue and break above this short-term high, right? So low, high, lower, low. And we need to see if we have price move above a short-term high, at least on the 5-minute chart, to give us some sense that it's going to start moving. This isn't enough on the 1-minute chart. It's not enough for me to think, oh, it's reversing back to the upside. Very, very tough for me to think that, especially considering this buy side imbalance is beneath us, just waiting for us to take it, right? So maybe we trade up into this sell side imbalance here. There's two SIBIs that were created. This SIBI at 17,226 is where I would consider taking another. Let me mark that. Just because of the dynamics of that sell side imbalance. Notice how that was the sell side imbalance, which took us down, or that's the closest one. I can actually get this. I need to blow this up a little bit. All right, so notice how that was a sell side imbalance that took us below these lows here. So 17,228.50, 17,228.50, these relative equal lows. If we end up making it above that, though, I almost want to treat that as a potential. Actually, this one would be a better one for potential inversion fair value gap. But I am starting to see the 1-minute trade above, just a little bit, trade above this short-term high. So what we like that, because then we can treat this as a smaller time frame bullish breaker here. This up close candle on the 1-minute chart. Okay. So I'm watching that now. Watching to see how price reacts here. Okay, so we started to get a little bit of movement there. All right, so now we are trading above that sell side imbalance. And if it returns back to that breaker, we want to see it improve there. Let me remove the SIBI just so it's a little easier to see that breaker. So it's hard to see, but on a lower time frame, you can kind of see it return to that breaker and immediately bounce off of that. But it has to be on a pretty low time frame, really low time frame. Now we have, so price is at that weekly SIBI high again. Right? And we are seeing this long start to continue. So we need to see price hold above this weekly SIBI, of course. I want to see a trade above this 17,238. We need to see it hold above there too, right? So far, it's rejecting off of that. But I like that as a potential. We took down a sell side liquidity, picked up more orders, and are currently seeing some return to that weekly SIBI high up there. So let's see if we trade back down to that bullish breaker and see if this weekly candle, or sorry, this weekly SIBI high holds up or not. That's what the 5-minute, 15-minute looks like still. So have to zoom out to get a sense of what's going on here, to remember that, hey, we have indeed balanced out that whole range there, and 17,170.5 is a key level that we bounced up from. All right, so we're now seeing this here. So you have a bullish order block here. Actually, it's probably better for me to show this as a range. I don't know if I can, maybe I'll use a volume imbalance. So now you have that range there. What can we aim for? Well, there's this high here. Potential buy side liquidity. You have a return back, pick up some more orders, potentially. Back down into SIBI, picked up some more orders there. Good. So we bounced off of the weekly. So that is the signature we were aiming for, we were looking for. So I think you can now aim for 17,253.50. If it can hold above here, obviously. That short-term high there is suspect. I don't think it's going to hold for long. Let's take a look at E-mini S&P as well. So notice how E-mini S&P, it's broached this already and is aiming for what? It's aiming for this 14,386, 4836.50 next, right? Likewise, NASDAQ has broken above that weekly imbalance, SIBI high. And we want to see, as S&P takes that relative equal high, does it reach for 4841 next? All right, so let me take a look and see what's happening on the 1-minute chart. All right, so we traded back to a bullish order block there. Yep. So that range is that bullish order block range is safe at this time. And we see E-mini S&P made a high of 4836. It will end up breaking those. It's just a matter of time. So 750 to 810, we're running this macro started to run. E-mini S&P has, it's so close. So very, very close, right? This is the 1 minute chart on the E-mini S&P. So it's close to breaking above that level there. And it's there. So it's made it to that level now. 4836.50. So it's made it to that 4836.50 level. And now I think it's going to end up aiming for 4841 is our next target. Beautiful, beautiful move there. So nice little spike on NASDAQ, right? So you see how price traded back down. Let me move S&P. Just you guys can monitor S&P on the side there, but very, very nice movement here on on NASDAQ rather. So 17253.50 is our next target there. E-mini S&P hit its target, so I'm looking. Oh wait, there's another one here at 17249. So I'll take some profit at 17249. Okay. It's about 13 handles. Let's see. So this is what I'm looking for here. Is this liquidity next? So that is going to be taken next. And there's some, okay, so it took some profit off there. Raising the stop to the, gosh, where is this? To the bullish order block here. Taking one more contract off when it hits the high here. Or getting stopped out in profit. Look at that. Nice move. Beautiful move. Beautiful move. So I was looking for, I got in on this retracement here. I did not, I entered just a little bit past this bullish breaker there. Rather, that was one of my first entries. I had also entered before then as well, but I re-entered on those as well. All right, so stop is at 17,239 now, around here. So you can kind of see my entry, average entry, where my stop is, and where my take profits are. Pie in the sky one being the monthly bearish order block up there. So what did price get up to exactly, right? What is this level? High of 17,249. What did this high reach to? 17,249. So hopefully, if you took that trade as well, congratulations. That was a nice reversal with a bullish breaker that I outlined earlier. You'll have to note on the lower time frames. Let me remove chart trader on these as well, so it's easier to see. So this is a 5-second one. You can kind of see how price, when we outlined that breaker there, so right on that moment, we saw that price came down to that bullish breaker and immediately rejected bounced off of that, right? So you need to be looking at some lower time frames sometimes in order to be able to see those trades pan out. Look at so right now we have our stopped out with that movement lower, right? So price did not reach to this high. Let's look at S&P and Dow. So does the S&P look like it's stopping anytime soon? No, right? So my contention here is that S&P is going to run for 3 more points up to that 4841 buy side liquidity. And we need to see what happens after that. I mean, NASDAQ is refusing to head higher at that weekly level. Let's wait for 8:30 a.m. news embargo and then see what happens after that. But that was a nice little trade there. Let's see. And this finishes off, this movement on S&P finishes off this market maker buy model as well, as it trades above this short-term high here, going into the 4841 level. $8 o'clock. You all know what to do before the 9:30 a.m. open. You want to wait to see what kind of highs and lows form at 8:30 and then trade accordingly. So price went down, took out some more sell stops, temporary sell stops there, traded down to that bullish order block. I should have choked my stop to just below that bullish order block because I have a feeling we're going to end up heading up towards this. But not entering those. Hey, Karen. Karen Zarama Riascos. What a great name. That's such a cool name. Glad to see you again. Any questions from folks? Any questions on folks on some of the things that I was outlining? So, if you were a turtle soup trader, this was relative equal lows here. You could have opted to look for signatures that we were heading higher here. Let me go down to a lower time frame so you can kind of take a look at those, right? So that was that low there. So right when you saw this candle, so short-term high, no major displacement here though, right? Once you saw this candle, you could have taken this 5-second movement downwards and bought that right there. That one's a high probability trade because it's what? We came down, took out a sell side liquidity, accumulated, and saw displacement higher on a lower time frame. So with that would have been a nice entry. I was not watching the 5-second chart at the time, but I should have gone down to the 5-second chart because you would not have had any sort of resistance there. So those key levels, very important there. As you can see, I got stopped out here and we are continuing to head higher. E-mini S&P is almost at 4841, as you can see on this side here. So a 15-minute chart on E-mini S&P, right? We've already taken out that liquidity. Let me go to the hourly and move these. Let me go to the hourly and move some of these over here and here. And then this one's already up here, so that's good. 4863.25. Again, that's if we see us head any higher than this. There's no reason for S&P to do that. Once it gets above 4841, or this roughly like, roughly that level, right? 4841. There's no reason for it to head any higher. It doesn't have to go higher. It should, based on NASDAQ and the Dow, but, Latines are complicated. Very cool, though. Cool either way. Okay, so we just took out a buy side liquidity up here, right? And it's currently still kind of ramping upwards. I am not taking a trade to the upside above this just yet, although I do see that if we do get displacement, so one thing to consider, if we do get displacement above this candle high, right? If we get displacement above that, potentially, and I'm not saying this can happen, but if we see true displacement, like big green up here, then and only then can we treat this low, high, lower low, displacement higher. Then and only then can we treat this here as a potential bullish breaker, right? That's that big green candle on the 1 minute time frame. Let me check and see if there's anything on the lower time frames. 15 seconds. Nope, that's still legitimate. Let me see if there's anything on the 5 second. Five-second chart. Yeah, that whole thing is a potential breaker then. So this whole thing could be a potential breaker if we see displacements to the upside, right? So I'm anticipating seeing, if we see displacement above there, not just a run on stops above this stop high, not just a little run up there, a wick, and then back down. If we see true displacement, then I will be looking on a lower time frame to see if there's any sort of like indication that we might head higher. Dollar is currently, we're seeing dollar head back down on the 15-minute chart. Hourly chart, the dollar is still in its own little area there. Nothing really much to make of it, but it is forming, accumulating on the hourly time frame. Same on the 4 hour. It's kind of like in an accumulation range. So I am weary. I'm very, very weary of upside this moment, because this 4 hour chart, I still think it can reach up to this relative equal high, but the movement up here, this is a market maker buy model for dollar index. It's textbook market maker buy model right now. So you can kind of see it's moved here, head lower, terminus, back to consolidation, distribution, and then eventually terminus here is what I'm seeing at the moment for dollar. Yes, on the dollar, we're in a overall where we reached a monthly level before here. Monthly PD array headed down, went down into a discount BISI, and have started to see evidence of heading higher. So I'm thinking that dollar is in this mode of where it's aiming to finish this market maker buy model on a monthly perspective. That is a lot. That's definitely a lot there, but maybe I'm wrong, and maybe dollar is gonna head lower and completely, just treat this as a kind of like a movement lower below a short-term low 2022 model, and we're heading lower too. It's tough to say for me right now on dollar. It's in that area where I can make the case for both, right? On the monthly chart. Now on a weekly chart, we obviously came back down into a discount right here and are heading up temporarily. And we saw displacement above that high, but we dropped well below that. So dollar chart, we can kind of see on the dollar chart where we have movement lower, the previous 1, 2, 3, like previous 5 weeks roughly worth of data. We're heading higher than this short-term high here. So we can see we broke a weekly short-term high up there. So dollar higher is what I'm thinking, all the way up to this relative equal high here. Okay. Dollar higher generally means indices lower. So it's been a weird couple days, you know. Indices have been ripping higher when dollar's going higher. So this particular time of year is very precarious. Alison Monteiro. Hello, Brazil here. Brazil in the house. Awesome. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. Brazil. I would like to go to Brazil someday. Brazil sounds like a fun place to go. Super culture. I would love to try the food there too. Yeah, Brazil sounds fun and warm too. Okay, so notice what we've done here on the 1 minute chart. As we're waiting for 8:30 a.m. news embargo, we're waiting to see, we're getting accumulation, we're waiting here, right? We don't know if price is going to displace lower and then head lower to continue down to aim for this, or if price is going to give us a high. So look at price now. So 4841.25. So it took out that 4841 buy side liquidity there. I'm gonna get rid of this one for now because we don't need it anymore. It's there, but just you don't have to, you know. Brazil here getting wrecked. Uh-oh. Why are you getting wrecked? Oh, Colombia. I've heard amazing things about Colombia. Just incredible people, delicious food. If you're single, some of the most beautiful women I've heard, and most of my Colombian friends, I've evidence for this too. Very very beautiful women there. Culture is really wonderful. Food delicious. The hiking is incredible, I've heard. Okay. Here we go. So now I'm looking on a lower time frame. Let's see if we return back to said breaker here. If we hold this or not, right? Because this could just be a stop hunt there. So be careful. Don't go long yet. This is what we didn't want to see, is we didn't want to see just a wick above. So we took buy side liquidity here, and that's it, right? We're not seeing displacement, right? So I'm looking for a model, Allison. Go to Inner Circle Trader and study the 2022 model. That is one of the best models that I've noted yet. Now, 2022 model requires that you are paying very close to attention to time of day. And it looks like we failed on that initial run up, so it doesn't mean it will fail forever, but it looks like it's still accumulating and waiting for 8:30 a.m. news. There's no 8:30 a.m. news, Lions Fit. That is generally just every single day. Bloomberg, news in general, that's when news comes out. So you want to keep that time in mind because news is going to come out and that's what will start to lead to certain moves in one direction or the other, regardless of the day that it's at. Something here. Okay. So I should be reconnected back. Sorry for that. Bentahar, good morning. Good morning. We were waiting for the same price action to happen. Good. Good. So watch this closely. If we start to see displacement below these short-term lows, well, that could be an indication of us heading to discount to pick up some more orders. I am still seeing this as a low, high, lower, low. If we get displacement above this, we can treat this as a bullish breaker. If not, it is invalidated. I'm going to get rid of this buy side liquidity there for the time being. This will be invalidated as well if we head lower. So again, we have relative equal lows down here on the 15 minutes. So now your new sell side liquidity rests here, right? This is your new sell side liquidity. This is what we have here, 15-minute chart, right? So this low 17210.50, this low 17210.25. Dusko, all-time high. Oh, are you still doing that? You still doing that poll? Let me see what the poll's at now. Oh, we have 10 people. So 8 of you think that we're going to go for all-time highs. 2 of you are thinking that we might make a failure swing and not make those highs and head lower. I generally am thinking that we will head lower after taking such large movements to the upside, but we haven't taken all buy side liquidity yet, so that makes me a little keen to look for signatures on the medium time frames to see, hey, will we come down here and support this weekly SIBI high? If it doesn't take highs before 15-minute fair value gap, I will be looking for longs. Price should head lower. Where is the poll? The poll is on my channel. If you go so typically you're on my YouTube channel. If you go to community tab, you can kind of like click and vote on which one you think is going to happen there. So, and we'll come back to look and see what happened, in a month or so. We'll know in a month. By February, we will for sure know. Guaranteed. Forex Ragnar, hello. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate having you here. We have a lot of new people, so and a lot of familiar faces too. I really enjoy getting to see some of the same people each day, even if you pop in just for like a quick minute. It's really cool getting to see you as well. So if you have any questions, drop it in the chat as always. I'm going to continue reading the tape. So this obviously failed here. So I'm going to remove it for now, but it's still in my mind on the higher time frame perspective, like on a 15-minute perspective. It's still on my mind that could serve as something there. Let me look on the 5-minute to see if there's anything here. Nothing yet. Nothing just yet. Okay, so let me remove some of these so that it's a little clearer. You don't have to focus on these. I'll remove this. Well, I can keep this breaker here since it's prominent enough, right? So we can draw this out over time and see if we maintain that breaker or if we yes, here for the vibes. Nice analysis as usual. Tashi Patterson. Tashi, thank you very much. Glad to have you here. Dipchi, good to see you. What's up? Really, really glad to have you all here. So as we reach 8:30 in the morning, right? We need to see, okay, with regards to in relation to the context of Asia's price range here and the context of, let me remove S&P 500. You already know what's going on with that chart. You know what liquidity is awaiting above us, right? So remember, this week's chart looks like this, okay? We opened here. We traded down. We're trading up. So what's our next area of liquidity? This weekly or this monthly rejection block here. Do we have to hit it? Absolutely not. We took out this short-term high though, right? We took out that short-term high on previous weeks, and we are heading towards this weekly or monthly rejection block. So it doesn't have to get up there though, right? If we take a look at the daily, let's look at the daily chart once more. Remember to keep that higher time frame in mind. So our week started here. Let me zoom in a little bit so it's easier to see. So our week started here. Boom, boom, boom. Low of the week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, high of the week. We will retrace. There will be a weekly retracement from the point of the week's low to whatever the high is. We'll retrace about 20 or 30%. You see that on my fib? You see that 20%? Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm pointing to the screen. You can't see me pointing to what level. So this 20%, 30% level, if this is the high of the week, I don't think it is, but if it is, we would retrace to at least the 20% mark and maybe the 30% mark. That's the TGIF trade that IPTA Trader was talking about earlier. He thinks that we won't get that retracement, and it's very possible we don't. But at some point, there will be a high of the week, and we will see profit taking. At the end of the week of a big swing week, we will see profit taking, and it's not guaranteed that we have to go any higher. The profit taking could, maybe this is the high of the week. My guess is it's not, because what has formed here now on the 15-minute chart, everybody, what has formed now at this high? Let me get rid of that for the time being. So we have relative equal highs here now, right? So we have our sell side liquidity before 8:30 and our buy side liquidity here, 17255.50. Market maker sell model on NASDAQ 1 minute. Yeah, you can definitely take that as a potential scalp there. Watch, be careful and watch for how price reacts at this previous bullish breaker, right? Because that would bring us in that particular range of just this little swing here. Let me go down to the 1 minute time frame. So that range, optimal trade entry, brings us back down into that bullish breaker. So keep that in mind. Yes, Jay Whitway, relative equal highs. Sorry, I'm missing a few comments here. We are the ones that should thank you for the stream. No, it's my pleasure. I'm happy to get a chance to do this in the mornings before my workday starts. Just grateful to have the opportunity to be here and to also be able to trade too. So. Okay, so we're at the weekly buy side and weekly BISI high again, and we're seeing displacement higher. So we went and traded down to that bullish order block and that BISI once more. So we wanted to see that type of reaction at that BISI. That is something we like to see. 8:29 in the morning, so about 30 seconds left before news embargo. No guarantee that you're gonna go any lower, but yeah. Allison Montiero, do you take trades live? So Allison, I do, but when I take paid time off from work, right? So right now I'm working a full 9 to 5. So and YouTube also is delayed, so that's why I've started to, like, if I take a trade, I will kind of show peaks that the trade is occurring. But notice this price action at 8:32, by the way. So we started to see a move lower. Let's see if we get past that bullish breaker. So back to the do I trade live perspective. Yes, I do, but I don't when I'm streaming and I'm on a work day. Like if I'm working 9 to 5, I have to respect my workplace. And, you know, if you were an employer, you know, would you want somebody to show that they're taking live trades during the workday? Probably not, right? So I want to respect the employers if I have a good break. Okay, so here's another short-term bullish breaker here if we see displacement above this level, by the way, above 17,238. That type of signature at that weekly BISI is nice if we are bullish. Yeah, if you're an employer, you wouldn't want somebody taking trades during the workday either, right? So I've dialed back on taking live trades during this work time, but usually during the holidays, so like November, December, I'll take 2 or 3 days off of paid time off, and I'll trade during the week with everybody live, right? So I don't have the ability to really to take that I don't have the liberty to really trade that higher, trade live yet, right? So I don't take trades live when I'm working. Okay, so we have movement here. I think we are likely to aim for our short-term high here at 17,255.50. So watch for a run up to that area, potentially. We came down into a 5-minute buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. As you can see here, came down into that buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. And we'll see if that trade, we'll see if that holds, because we traded back up into a bearish order block there. And we traded up into that SIBI there on the 5-minute. So it could potentially have just been getting orders to head lower too. We did not break above that bearish breaker there though. Okay, so sorry, I missed a couple things in the chat. Karen, Johnny, are you funded or do you trade in a personal account? I'm funded. I have right now I'm trading 4 performance accounts. It gets easier to pass them over time. It's the maintaining risk when you have such a low, you only have $2,500 worth of room, right? So trading those accounts on the lower time, I'm kind of like buying the smaller accounts so I can prove that, hey, anybody can get one of these lower 50K accounts. And for everyone that doesn't know what a funded account is, on my YouTube, if you click on this is one of the links here for Apex. This is the prop firm I use. A 50K account isn't truly a 50K account. It's actually this trailing threshold is what your account is before it's blown, right? I have a couple videos surrounding all this, so I'm not going to go in super detail. They are running a special right now where you can pass in one day, today only. What a bad day for people to buy. Like, don't buy accounts today if you're going to try and pass accounts. I mean, just be careful on the upside today, okay? We've been going to the upside for quite some time, and it's just waiting for us to head lower, right? So this is the prop for my trade. Whenever you say 50K, it's really $2,500, and then you blow the account. So when you get to performance accounts, 1 or 2% of 2,500 is only $25, $50, right? So you have to, in my opinion, you have to risk down so that you can survive. Your performance accounts can survive a long time, right? So I am funded and I trade both. Like sometimes I'll buy another evaluation account when they're running a really good sale. Other times, Other times I blow accounts as well. So it's just the way it is sometimes, and I have to make new ones, right? So in the past, I would blow them a lot more frequently, and now, since I'm managing risk a little bit more, I don't blow them nearly as much because I risk very, very low, right? Allison, thank you. Mr. J. Rios, good morning here. Hope to get more involved. Thanks for holding this trading community space. Yeah. Glad to have you here, man. Do you have a Apex? Yeah, I do, but you don't have to use it. Obviously, you know, it helps me. Like if you click on this link, that code DBVIBOHK, it will show you that that's my code here. You'll get the 80% off for today if you use it, which is actually one of the better deals. On occasion, on like special occasion, they'll have a 90% sale off, but usually that's only during like the holidays. So 80% off is one that I think is reasonable. A 50K account costs $34 after, you know, taxes and stuff like that. So yeah, so that's where you go to use my code. You can just click on that link and it'll automatically apply your code. And then I think during the purchase, you can put in that code as well. But you don't have to, you know, if you're just here just learning, just learn for now. You know, just sit, watch what my eyes are looking at, see if you look at the same things, and then of course, for anyone that is wanting to see this guy, Inner Circle Trader, so youtube.com/Inner Circle Trader playlists. This is how I learned. This is all the... Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely. Happy to do that. Code for Apex. Yeah, so you can always go to my link on YouTube as well. If you go to my homepage, it's this link that's here. You can just click on that and that'll take you directly there. But for those who are studying, Inner Circle Trader is where I learned everything, right? It's where I learned everything. So start with the 2022 model, mix in the Market Maker 4X series and Market Maker series. But Market Maker Primer is excellent. And then there's what every new trader wants to know. So this one's good for new traders. Go back and tell myself this is good for mentality. Ends, and if I could go back and tell myself, those two playlists are good from a mentality perspective. And then of course the 2016-2017 private mentorship, right? That is absolutely crucial. So combine that with your 2022 model and you'll know what you look for. And then you can then pair together the ICT charter content, which talks through trading plans and specific trading plans, right? So that is where you can go to get full knowledge for free. And you can come here as well to... I'm not going to teach that concept like in depth because it's just impossible to teach to the degree that Michael teaches it. But yeah, it's worthwhile spending time. It's going to take time. If you think you're going to learn it in like 6 months, just speeding through everything, well, good luck. All right, so we're getting closer and closer to time here. I'm not seeing a very resounding yes to moving upwards. I'm not seeing that. We're right in the middle of a range. We're right in the middle of two ranges, three ranges if you think about it. So we have this 15-minute range we're in between. We have this range that we're now in between as well, this swing high to low that we're in between. We have this low to high that we're in between, and then this overall range that we're in between. So no good probability, high probability trades right now. So let's see, can you explain a breakaway gap just below your entry during the 130 macro yesterday? I don't know why it's a breakaway gap because I don't see a huge wick aligned with a fair value gap. Yeah. So Yesterday's entry was on a 1 minute chart. Oops, did I just move something? I think I just moved something. What did I just move? Okay, I think this is a previous short-term high. Oh, it's probably this one here. Okay, I'm gonna remove that anyways. We don't need that anymore. Traded to it, big figure. Yeah, so real quickly, breakaway gap. So when you see, and I'm trying to remember exactly where I took that entry yesterday. Need to go back and find that entry real quick. 6:30. Let's see. Here's the other day. I think it was at 10 a.m. that we had that silver bullet trade, right? Yeah, that was it. Like 10 or 11 a.m. yesterday, I think. Okay, let me go back to that time. So real briefly, so let's go back to that time of day, right? So I think, let's see, breakaway 130 macro. Here we go. That one, right? Yeah, here we go. 130. Sorry, I missed that. Let me go back to 130. Okay. All right, let me go back and find that trade. Okay, cool. I found it. And I'm lining up. Let me line this up. 840, 12, 130. Here we go. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Okay, cool. So this particular trade was a balanced price range and take on a return to new week opening gap and then another accumulation, right? So now I'm thinking, okay, well, this is all we know at the time, right? So I see this as a market maker buy model in the making. We see original consolidation, accumulation, and then we see first distribution here, right? So then what do we see right there? Right there when we break out of that. It's easier to see when we see it like this, right? But right when you break out of that first distribution, this is a breakaway gap. We don't anticipate price coming back to this. We do anticipate price coming back to these higher fair value gaps and or volume imbalances. And what does price do? Price returns to it doesn't even return to that. It doesn't give you an option to return back to that volume imbalance, right? So I entered on that right when I saw this here. I've seen enough price action to know that this is a balanced price range. The price traded above it and has now bounced above this range as well. So I took that trade as an early entry, and then I took additional trades on bearish order blocks on the way back up. So there were order blocks all the way up. I think I deleted them, and I think I can remove these as well now. But that is a concept of when you might see breakaway gaps. Breakaway gaps are gaps that you don't want to see filled. They are price moving in the direction of a particular macro, and it happened to be at the 2 p.m. macro. That was key, right? So very important that you're, by the way, watch price now. It's traded back down to that bullish breaker. So price is hovering around that bullish breaker now. So I'm watching to see what happens here, because it traded all the way down to a bullish order block as well on the 5-minute chart. So if you can see here, traded to a bullish breaker, or sorry, a bullish order block. Sorry about that. and currently are holding so far. I'm not convinced that it's not going to head lower, but you know, keep an eye on that. So I'm missing a few chats here. So 4x Ragnar, you're gonna have to probably go through a lot of ICT content. He splits that, I think talks about that in a few different videos. I don't remember exactly which ones, but he'll definitely be a better teacher as well. Allison, I like your reading. Thank you. Thank you. So one thing to watch is, does it support this price here? And do we see displacement? It's kind of key, right? We want to see displacement. But pay attention at 8:30 in the morning. Pay attention before it hits 9:30. Pay attention to what short-term lows and what short-term highs are available to be taken as an initial run. We have this bullish order block here, and this one further. This is a larger one. Let me take this off for the time being. So that, let me take this one off as well. So we have an idea in our heads, right? We have an idea. We want to look for short-term lows and short-term highs before 9:30 a.m. opens. Because right now, where we're at 17,233, we're way above real-time hour close. We're like way up here, right? Around this weekly. So we're going to open with a big gap beneath us. And what happens when there's a gap beneath us? Well, we do tend to trade down into it a little bit, right? So not guaranteed, but we do tend to. Karen, I love ICT, but I get too scared when I want to take an entry. Do you have any advice for overcoming this fear? Yes, Karen. This is such a good question, and such a good question. So Karen, the key thing here is that two things you have to do. You have to define your model and be very, very diligent about the rules. You need to be able to write down on a piece of paper the rules that you're going to use to take an entry, and you cannot break those rules. And then you have to back test and go back and find examples of those rules working. How do you find out what that plan is? Well, with ICT, one thing that he has done that he hasn't done for anyone else. So when you're done with the theory portion of this, Karen, the ICT charter content here, these are price action models, which basically give you step-by-step instructions on certain things to pay attention to. Now, you don't know it, but price action model 13 is the same as the 2022 private mentorship. This is a price action model. He gives you the rules of what to look for exactly. You have to be very, very, very meticulous about paying attention to very important rules that ICT says to look for the 2022 model, right? They're very time-based and then price-based. So they're very time-specific. So if you're going to use those models, first you need to make sure you can write your model down quickly. It's something you can look at each day. You can review. If this step, then this step. If this step, then this step. Once you're done writing that model, you need to go back in the charts to look for examples. Look for examples where, on a 15-minute chart, for example, look for examples where you had, it might be easier on a 5-minute chart because you can see a few more examples there. 15 minutes sometimes doesn't give you everything, but you can go back and see, okay, well, if you are looking for price to go long, what sell stops got taken first? Was there a fair value gap created on an impulse move higher above a short-term high? If there was, great. Can I take that? So there's models that you need to really, really pay close attention to there. Actually entering the orders, though, Karen, fantastic. So you work with the 2022 model. Okay, so I actually like looking for ideas on the 1-minute chart. So the 2022 model is a run on liquidity followed by a displacement higher, right? So I like to see examples of that and look for examples of that to see if I can find examples of that rather. So when we see something like this, we had, for example, yesterday we had this low here. We draw that out over time. We don't know that's going to happen yet, but we saw displacement higher, and we knew that there's buy side liquidity here too. Knowing that we had a unemployment claim day, we knew that the opening was going to be a little choppy. But when we were looking long, we only look for our model, right? So we only look for a sell side liquidity to be taken if we're bullish, right? We look for sell side liquidity to be taken. Boom. It takes it right there. And then we look for displacement higher to aim for buy side liquidity, which is now up here. Relative equal highs here as well. So we look on the 1 minute chart. We look for a short-term high to form. We see that. We see that short-term high forms right there. Do we get displacement on this candle? No. Do I get displacement on that candle? No. We have our stops below our, like, I think it goes like a 10 handle stop loss. And you're using demo the whole time, by the way, Karen. You have to trade with no money value. So you know that if you make a bad trade or the trade doesn't go your way, it does not impact you monetarily. That is so key for learning and being more confident in your entries, because you can set an order. You can set an order the next time a fair value gap forms that displaces above a short-term high. Now, does this look like displacement above a short-term high? Yes. Do we get a fair value gap out of this? We do, right? So you have this fair value gap and you have this fair value gap now. I like the one that broke out of that range. Let's see if we trade back down to it though. We do right at that moment, right? So I would enter here with my stop loss below this short-term low. So what happens? 17,005, I enter there. That's my 2022 model. It's very specific. I waited the whole time because none of these rules really gave me like this might have been a 2022 model too, but I didn't get a run on liquidity first, and that's kind of a key part of that rule, right? So what happens here, if you took at 17,005, you had a little bit of heat here, but you wouldn't have gotten stopped out if you put your stop loss below that fair value gap candle, right? So what happens? 1022 comes around, 1023. We end up reaching our terminus, 17,054. You have to wait and you have to battle through some of this, right? You would have taken some profit off here, and that would have been roughly 1711 to 1742. That's 30 handles right to this short-term high up here, right? So you can practice on demo, and practicing on demo, but also looking back on previous days to see what has occurred is really important. So let's go back to current day price action. Hopefully that helps, Karen. Keep going on demo, at least for for I don't know how long you've been backtesting, but you need to find hundreds of examples that prove, hey, at 9:30 a.m. open, at 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock ICT silver bullet time, at 3 to 4 a.m. London open time, you need to find examples that prove to you, hey, this model works. Once you prove that to yourself, you're going to keep on journaling, and in your charts, you're going to keep looking and seeing, hey, wow, had I entered at that BISI high after taking sell side liquidity or buy side liquidity, a key area of liquidity, wow, I look to see, did this work? Did my stop loss placement, would it have gotten tagged? Okay. How many examples would it have gotten tagged out of the 100 that I looked at? Maybe 20 of them get, stopped out. but 80 of them wouldn't have gotten stopped out, and they run for tremendous numbers of points. I love the 2022 model. It's a fantastic model. Okay, I need to go downstairs and get some food. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other chats here. 2016, Scott H, 2016, 2017 content is great. Yes, you have to go through that, in my opinion. Learn it in 6 months. Steve A, you can learn it in 6 months. It just depends on how much you're focused on it, right? Like, are you studying every night? Are you studying on the weekends? Or are you going out and drinking with friends because you're spending money there? Think about it. You buy like 2 or 3 drinks out at the bar. It's already 30. Your bar tab's already $34. You could instead save that money, buy a prop fund evaluation account, and trade using that instead, right? Like, go drink alcohol or go buy an asset that can make you money. I like the videos he's publishing with the trading plans. Yeah, absolutely. 7 months into ICT, 5 years trading stocks and options. Awesome. Concepts provide organization within seeming chaos. Yes, I agree 100%. I too came up in the retail world. So is that 150 to 210 macro we trade yesterday? 2 o'clock p.m. 2 o'clock p.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. Yeah. So that'd be 1400 on military time. So this bullish breaker failed, right? So you're going to likely see this short-term low attacked, and then maybe we trade lower into this buy-side imbalance. Remember, it's Friday. Price does not need to make a new high, right? Let's see what we missed. 2022 model. Yep. Did you make your profile picture and thumbnail yourself? I did. Karen, demo only. Cool. Man, dropping lots of gems. We'll make a Discord and build a community. I have a Discord, but no one will ever get access to it. It is my own personal journal. I use it to take notes on things. I will give you a very, very slight peek at said Discord. But so you can kind of see, and you can use this as a model to treat yours as well. But this is my personal Discord here. I journal my trades. I journal what I was thinking at the time. I journal everything here, and then I have theory. I have all my theory here. This is everything that I've learned over the course of time, right? So, but no one will ever get access to that. You will never get access to that. I might start something in the future, but right now, since I'm working, like, I would have to be done with work and have the time to do that. I don't have time to even do my own Discord, like to take my own trades and journal them sometimes. So how could I possibly moderate my own Discord? It would be a disservice to you. I wouldn't be able to provide a great product for you. And so I'm not doing it right now, not saying never. So keep your eyes out for later. But if you want to, I will probably use the email list. So whoever goes to my website and joins that email list, I don't send any emails out. I just honestly, like, people join the email list to get access to my risk tool, and to gain access to eventually me emailing out, right? So, Karen, thank you, Johnny. Yeah, absolutely. Will I teach someday? Are you planning on charging for it? I don't know. I don't even, like, I know some things, but I think if I'm gonna teach, it would have to be after I am financially free, and it would be more so one-on-one mentorships so that I have quality time with people, as opposed to, I'll put videos out with concepts there, but what I learn over time, I would rather invest time in someone who's willing to do one-on-one mentorship. That's where you learn the most. That's where you can actually see progress over time. If I get to that point, you know, ideally I'm financially free. I can do whatever I want, right? So I'm not there yet, but maybe someday in the future. Yeah. Until then, we'll continue to tape read for free. I don't want to charge money for this kind of stuff. This is free online. Like I learned for free from ICT, so why not pay it forward and just put this stuff out there for free? You know, you can watch for free. You don't need to pay anybody for mentorship. You know, all it takes is that you put in time to study, right? That's it. You just need to put in the time to study. So hold that thought. I actually need to go offline in terms of off of the picture now because I have to go get my breakfast and get set up for the day. So I need to open the work laptop. Haven't eaten breakfast just yet, so gonna have to do that too. Yeah. So right now, look for sell side to be taken first. Keep in mind it is Friday. It doesn't have to trade higher, but also keep in mind there's relative equal highs there. E-mini rejected from its relative. It created another relative equal high on E-mini S&P, and on Dow, it has not reached its higher high yet, but has been taking lower lows. So keep all of that in mind for today, as it's not guaranteed that you will get movement higher, right? Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go off the picture now because I have to start my workday. But Scott, Bentahar, Karen, MSD, Void, Snow, Dipchi, Steve, Allison, Lions Fit, man, like so many, so blessed to have you guys all here. So I hope this was helpful. I hope that reading the tape in the morning was a little bit helpful. Appreciate having you here. Appreciate everyone who's liked and subscribed too. I wish I could stay on with you trading, but you can understand that we've got, oh, look at that delivery too, by the way. Who was it that said market maker sell model in the 1 minute? You are so right. So down to this buy side imbalance next, right? Considering it, seeing what happens here. If it breaks through that, well, you know it's a Friday, so it's well within the realm of possibility, right? So I would watch this buy side imbalance. If not that one, watch this little one on the hourly. This rejection block up here, I'm still looking to see this move up, but I want to see this as a discount buy. If you're going to take a buy, make it a discount buy. Thank you. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. Have a good day, Johnny. I like the way you read price. I think you'll be really successful as a trader. Have a great day. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining. I will be here. I will be typing in the chat. So if you're interacting on chat, I will try to interact as well. I just might be in meetings. So if you don't hear from me for a while, I'm probably in meetings during the day, right? So Clarity, have a great day. It was nice hanging out with you this morning. Yeah, great having you here, Clarity. Delphine, thank you. No, Delphine, like she finds some really cool. She sees some really good stuff. So I'm always paying attention when Delphine and folks find some really neat. You're always on the 4-hour chart too, which I love. I love that you're using that higher time frame analysis predominantly. So we just took out sell stops. Watch this range. Pay attention on the open. Okay, pay attention to your sell side liquidity, right? Pay attention to what's being taken out, right? And pay attention to the fact that there's relative equal highs up here and rejection block potentially up here as well. Okay. All right. So with that, I'm going to go off screen and go grab breakfast. Appreciate the likes as always. And remember, make sure you stay hydrated, right? Make sure you drink some water today and stay hydrated. I will do the same. All right. So take care. I'll be around, but just drop it in the chat. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Let's see if we can, milk YouTube for its, get YouTube to, maybe if YouTube pays me something, getting cents on the dollar right now, but maybe if YouTube eventually gets us something, we can start to give away some accounts and stuff like that for for some people who have been here a while and we recognize have been here for a while. That's what I would love YouTube to be. It's something that we could use to give away and help people get some accounts. So take care. Good trading today. We'll talk soon. See ya. Check, 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 check. Check, check, mic check. All right. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, there's nobody left on this stream and you are all enjoying your day off on a solid little Friday. So, yeah, one heck of a ripper we had today. I mean, what a wild, wild move starting from the 10 a.m. silver bullet. So, wow, fantastic move here. So, a couple of things in the morning. So I wanted to pull your attention to this. We were always looking for this rejection block here. This is a monthly rejection block, so that's the reason why I was only looking for price to achieve this level here. Now, another thing that I was looking at after we created this low here and bounced off of this hourly order block, I was looking at some swing projections, and the monthly rejection block and other items, they lined up pretty well with some of the swing projections. Price actually came up to almost exactly the projection that I was looking at. So if I take the swing high here, oops, took it from the wrong side. Swing low here, and move it to the swing high roughly around here. So, oops, wait, no, sorry. Not that swing. I think it's actually the swing from here to there, yeah. So you can kind of see how price came up to exactly those levels here. So the 300 level, let me try and get this exact. Make sure this is pretty close. It should be pretty close here. Yeah, that's pretty good. So there's a low, high, lower, low, displacement higher, and return to that breaker, right? So that swing projection allowed me to identify the 1, 2, 3, roughly around this area here. So that was my original thought, where you saw me say, hey, 17,390.5. That's what my original thought, where we could head up to, actually it was 17,394, but 17,390 was the round number there, right? So you have a swing project, and let me show you a little bit closer, because it's really important that you can learn how to do this yourself as well. So the swing that I had here on the 15-minute, I took from, it should be from this swing high, so low, high, and then at open, we had a lower low, right? And then we moved above it, traded back around it, and busted up open afterwards. So this swing here, the moment we moved above it, I started to get a sense of where were my swing projections, right? So that's how I knew, okay, well, all right, well, where could we target first, right? Well, this lines up pretty dang closely with this 17,390.5 when I have exact values here. So this projection, this is why I was looking for this value here, and this is actually a wick, consequent encroachment. So let's take a look at the monthly chart, right? So remember in the morning, I had outlined this wick and these key levels here, right? So you should see that I was expecting at most this 17,286 level. This is a rejection block. It does not need to head any higher than this, but it did. And then projecting upwards, you can clearly see let me just go back to the hourly chart, but this is the monthly up wick midpoint, and then the monthly up wick high. So we go back to our hourly chart. Let's take a look at those swing projections here. So remember, that's at midpoint right there, 17,391.5. And then we had the 400 level and then the 450 level, which we achieved in end of day. So all of our swing projections were leading us to stay higher. Our higher time frame bias was higher. We've been higher time frame bullish for quite some time. If we take a look at the dollar index, today's day, we had dollar kind of like head downwards for the most part. We did have a little sweep right before, and let me look at the 15-minute here. It'll make a little more sense. So, and let me make this a little bit smaller so you can see price on the side here as it compares to dollar index, right? So, dollar index, New York, 7 o'clock. It's rising, it's rising, or it's rising. It takes out what? Buy side liquidity right at New York Open, right? What does that align with? That aligns with our hourly chart. Remember, and let me get rid of this swing projection here for the time being. So remember how we had drawn this out during the day, right? We were looking at this chart. We had drawn out this type of buy side liquidity, sell side liquidity. I had marked out this hourly buy side imbalance, but I remember I had mentioned that I like this one better. So what do we trade down to? There's this little tiny fair value gap here, right? We traded down to that immediately came back and bounced off of it. So what do we see in dollar index? We also see that we rejected from that and started heading lower, aiming for what? Sell side liquidity on the dollar. So we have this kind of low here that we could have aimed for. And yeah, that was, we had some lows, relative equal lows here. It hasn't achieved this level here yet. So I don't know if it's going to, but on the daily chart, we do see that we're starting to head back down into this area here. I would like to see us trade down into that volume imbalance once more and then determine which direction it wants to go next. If we are going to continue higher on the indices, this needs to drop. Dollar needs to drop precipitously. Okay, so that hourly fair value gap, that was a key play. If you were able to take one contract there, I mean, imagine if you just took one micro contract at that level and you set it there back when I had mentioned it, right? One micro contract at the low of this would have been 17,168.25. I mean, you could have held that the whole day if you wanted to, but my goodness, 128.65 there, right? So, needless to say, we can see on the hourly, we traded back to this bullish order block here, fair value gap. Price ended up breaking up above this short-term high. And then that allowed us to then see that once we broke above that short-term high on the 15-minute, we saw that there is a fair value gap here. We returned to a bullish order block here. That's a little black down close candle here with a fair value gap. So we turned to that body of the candles, continued to stay higher. We aim for what? Of course, we aim for that 17,286 rejection block. And that was enough. That was enough to make a huge move. You didn't even need to keep runners if you didn't want to, but that was a plenty large move. The rest of the day, as you know, nothing really spectacular about that. But you do notice on the 1 minute chart, I tried my best to outline and bring to your attention some of these. It'll be easier to see if I zoom in on this, but notice how on every step of the way here, bullish order blocks were being respected there. So bullish order block, respected. Propulsion block, boom. Bullish order block, propulsion block, goes into another bullish order block. And then every step of the way, even when you got up to this one here, this little down close candle, you can't see it very easily, but that down close candle is treated as a potential bullish order block. Now there's no fair value gap here, so it's a little bit dicier to take play that far up, but I still nevertheless was able to take that up into 17,390. Actually, I took that up until about 17,370 something. But 17,390 occurred. We have this propulsion block. We trade down to it, and then we head upwards for the 2 to 3 p.m. silver bullet. Silver bullet trades below. We see it trade below and take out sell side liquidity for the most part. Over here on the 15-minute, you can kind of see how we only traded down into this fair value gap at a key level and bounced immediately from there. So from that point onwards, price was a little dicey there. And then, of course, you know, that's the end of the day right there. And we continued a little bit higher. So today was a really good day. Once we took out this, once we did not take out this short-term low, and we proceeded to head higher, that was pretty much it. It was likely to trend because of all of this huge external liquidity waiting outside. So that is one reason why I was willing to proceed and take this higher, even though we had taken out the rejection block here. So moving into next week, what can we expect? Well, we're in uncharted territory here. Sorry, we're not in uncharted territory on NASDAQ, nor are we on E-mini S&P. We have higher time frame levels to look at, which mean previous monthly highs. Depending on how we trade in the coming weeks, I am looking for a market structure shift roughly in the next 2 weeks or so. And that could mean continuation higher. That could mean a little bit of consolidation as we finish out this monthly market maker buy model. So this is one huge monthly market maker buy model. So it's one of the reasons why my bias was always to the upside, right? So what happens after that? Well, it's difficult to say. We've taken out all liquidity to the upside here. So where does that leave us? Well, we have plenty of liquidity to the downside, and that's where I'm going to be focusing my attention next. It may not get down there. It's an election year. It could just keep on ripping, but government's going to have to tame inflation somehow, and if that means printing more money, well, you know what happens when we print more money, right? So I am keeping my eyes out for some really nice plays. I'm gonna look to see if there's a shift in market structure come, end of January. So we're gonna see how long this holds. But generally, when you see big green candles, they can last for a little while, but eventually, once you get to a certain point and you see displacement, true displacement on the higher time frames, then you're going to start to see price head lower. And where is our obvious liquidity remaining? All these people who went long, and like these shorts got stopped out already. So there's no more people. At some point, there's no more people taking on, shorts that have buy stops, right? There's nothing left. So where is liquidity naturally going to go? Well, there's resting liquidity on the sell stops of every one of these buys that occurred. So I'm looking forward to the next quarter, and I'm looking for the next quarter for us to target potentially either continuation of new all-time highs or a potential area of consolidation next is what I'm hoping for. I don't necessarily want a consolidation, but once we get above the all-time highs, I think we're going to consolidate a little bit. And then once we start to see us move lower, we will see if we have our next move lower after that. Cool. So that is it. Let me see if there's anything here. Any questions from anyone who's still watching? Let's see if there's anybody still watching here. I hope everyone had a good day trading today. And let me close up something on my work laptop real quick. Great. So I don't see any questions yet. So hopefully the little tidbits on the minute chart helped out as we were stair stepping through this. This is a beautiful stair step to look back and back test your concepts of order blocks theory. So definitely take a look at today. I think that's it though. I think that's it. There's nothing more than that on a really, really nice week. Beautiful end of the week. And yeah, we had a lot of stuff this week. We had market analysis, dual market analysis. We were bringing in ES and NASDAQ and the Dow, right? So lots of dual, like the trio for indices, right? So we'll continue to do that next week. And yep, Chibao, hello. Yeah, I think that's it though. I think that we're good for this week. Not going to draw it out any further. So again, thank you very much for coming in and appreciate having you here. And get some rest. Have a good weekend. Study up. There's ICT's releasing price action model 5. I'm actually not even done with 3. I already know my model, but I like to review them. I'll probably review them over the weekend if I can. But outside of that, we'll continue to, see what we can find in the coming week. So with that, thank you all for listening. Have a great weekend. We'll talk soon. Take care.